I need to post the link on my socials. Okay, I think that's me done. Yep. Now I can go back to drawing Testament. Yippee. That's not me done. Oops. I have to post it somewhere else. Okay, now I can draw in peace. So I did this underdrawing before starting streaming just because I didn't want to have to just do something over and over again. Also just to warm up. But even so, it's not like what I have is much of a drawing anyway. It's just a rough start. Oh, I should actually save this. Oh, what's up? What's up, JJ? I'm okay. How are you? Finally, I actually get to join one of these streams. Woohoo! I did start it slightly earlier than usual, um, just because. You alright? Cool. I just got my dates for starting back to college, so considering it's my final year, I'm not going to be able to draw much more Kirby stuff and indulge in what I want to do. I say that like I don't want to do what I want to do in college. I do, but you know, working on a short film is a bit different from doing whatever pops into your head on a whim, which is how I've been this summer. So yeah, in my last stream, I drew like a little. I got you. Don't worry, don't worry. In my last stream, I did a small portrait of Testament, and then thought I'd do a full version. You know, as someone who hasn't played any Guilty Gear games, it makes a lot of sense for me to do it. No, that's stupid. I don't have to play it to like the character. So yeah, one thing I really liked about Testament that another person was telling me was all about the many hobbies Testament has, and that they have these hobbies just because they're loving their life more. And I think that's really beautiful, as well as being kind of hilarious. Like I was just reading through the list of all of the hobbies they have, and it's too much, and I love it. So yeah, I'm just starting with a Testament drawing. Yeah, Testament is such a funny character. I just love how messed up Guilty Gear's whole cast is. Yeah, from the little I know of Guilty Gear so far, I really enjoy how the characters can just go from being put in the worst situations possible and then just like grow into like happier people. And it's not like yeah, one guy can become president of South Africa, um, but like I like that like fundamentally it's just people living their lives to like a truer version of themselves or trying to. I like that. And like 70% of Guilty Gear fans don't play the games either, so it is that big a deal. I'm glad. Like you know that Elfeld animation I did. Like that was the beginning of me and Guilty Gear, and that was just because again my friend Maple suggested the song to me, and that's the first thing I did after finishing the college year. Um, mm, That animation is so damn amazing. I had friends showing it to me IRL, and I was like, I know that guy. Oh, that's so cool. I was wondering if like other people would, you know, find the animation and then meet me because like you're right, that animation went it went places. I didn't check, but the last time I checked it was like just under 150,000 views, which is like why? But also like I was happy that like people got to see it and then stick around for some of my stuff, even though they were probably expecting more Guilty Gear, but they got Kirby and Siva Gunner animations, so you know, whatever. Um, I'm glad there's just like a small amount of people who have like stuck around and like what I do, or what I'm trying to do. So yeah, that's so funny that and cool that there are people you know that showed you the animation. That's ugh, that's cool. The real reason you go to animation college is so you can make um, fan animations of your favorite things. Um, like that's a joke, but also it was that video that encouraged me to go, maybe I can just like indulge in my own interests for a little while. So yeah, I was procrastinating getting ready for my final year film, but like I don't mind. I've been able to find myself a little bit um, with the art and stuff and doing this and everything, so I don't think it's a waste of time. I got the job in lots of Kirby Gachinkas, so that's a good thing. Woohoo! Um, and I can fill the world with more Kirby Star Allies artwork. I will create the world I want to see. Um, I really do hope you continue doing art of the things you love, because I promise you that the soulfulness, the passion is very evident in it all. Thank you. Um, like everything that I admire um, is usually stuff where I can kind of feel the passion of the person behind it, and I try to do that with everything I do. Not like I try, but I think, well, okay, I think the animations are a really good place to explain because um like when I have an idea for an animation, here you get biblically accurate nan rate. So I'm just like waiting here, and then something comes into my head. I get a mind explosion, and then I have to make it. Sorry, I was gonna do a silly little comic and it went terribly. So I'll just explain it. Like when an idea comes into my head for like any of those animations, it wasn't like something I planned. It was like really late at night, and then I thought of it, Like I thought of doing the Siva Gunner animation and then the Mage Sisters running, even the like Adeline walking. I went to the bathroom and I just thought of doing that. And it just like gets me really excited in that moment. And then it's like the next day I work on it and I work on it for a few days. And even though like I have like all these animation principles in my head, the spark and the reason that I want to do it is like it's very short. It's just like a very condensed influx of passion. I'm like, I have to do this. And then I do. And I like think a bit more technically about it. Um, that's how I've been this summer. Um, I just call them the urges. And then my brother gives out to me because I should be working on stuff for a short film. But yeah, that's me. Okay, so you're built. Anyway, JJ, you are a much bigger gamer than me. I finished Kirby Triple Deluxe today for the first time, because that's what I've been doing. I've been playing my 3DS for a whole year. Haven't touched my Switch since last year. I don't need a Switch 2. Do you have a Switch 2? Have you been playing the Forgotten Land DLC? Because my friend just loaned me the Forgotten Land, so I will play that in like a few months probably. Um, The Forgotten Land DLC looks cool, but $20 for a 3-hour DLC, I'll wait for a sale for now. Yes, that is very fair, and in my case, it's a full price console for the game, and I'm not going to do that. As I told you, the OST, yeah, the OST is probably really good because what can you really expect from the HAL sound team? Actually, is it in the new soundtracks? Is it mostly Ando, Ogasawara, and Shimuka, or are there some Jun Ishikawa tracks? Because I know Ishikawa left HAL. Um, he is now a former member of the sound team. And if you don't know, that's also fine. The Ogasawara tracks are all bangers. Oh, a new rendition of Northeast Frost Street. Cool. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say anything. Uh, Why is my brain not working? Why is my brain not working? Thank you, I remember the word. I'm not gonna say anything. Again, I just forgot the word. I'm terrible. I'm sorry. Controversial. I'm not gonna say anything controversial, but there are some Augustora tracks that people love that I'm really just not a big fan of, like the Meta Knight song. Like I really love the instrumentation of it and like the backing parts, but I think the main melody is like really nothing. And I know it's like remixed of Your Friend in the Setting Sun, but like I think what he does with the melody and that arrangement is like not very good in my opinion. But again, don't worry, I got you. Good. I'll also just like at some point I'm probably gonna rant about how I think it's really weird that you like his more relaxing tracks more. Yeah. I find it. I've had many a conversation with my brother about this, because this is who I am. But I've always found it weird that Megumi Ohara. Oh, Planet Earth follows your favorite track from Star Allies. It's not my favorite. It's actually not in my top list. But again, I'm weird, so ignore me. But anyway, I find it weird that Megumi Ohara from the HAL Sound team like hasn't been included in like Forgotten Land or even like Return to Dreamland Deluxe or anything, despite the fact she's been working with HAL since 2015. But I think that's because she was always working with Shogo Sakai and they were like on the second team. So yeah, she wasn't really included in the main games, but then I find it weird that Yuki Shimuka got like over half the tracks to compose in Forgotten Land's original soundtrack, I believe, and he was like a complete newbie. He like did some remixes in Kirby Fighters 2, which I didn't think they were very easy to listen to. I'm just like, O'Hara's been making stuff for a while and she's really good, and she was like helming the 30th Music Fest, which is amazing. And I don't know, I've had this like conversation too many times. I hope she like wasn't included because she's like on the other team, because there are like two buildings for HAL Laboratories, not because she's a woman, because that would suck. That would make me very sad. But I don't know how familiar you are with Megumi Ohara and everyone. She was just like, Shogo Sakai was basically just her mentor, which is really nice, considering he's gone now. Well, he retired from the sound team. I unfortunately can't recall any tracks she specifically made off the top of my head either. Oh, that's alright, because she only really worked on some spin-off games like Kirby and the Rainbow Purse and Battle Royale, and she did a few tracks in Dream Buffet, and then she just worked on lots of the arranged albums, like the official ones. Like she did tracks in Kirby Cafe 1 and 2, and the Kirby memorial arrangements, and she composed one or two tracks for the 25th anniversary orchestra, and then she basically pitched the idea of the Kirby 30th Music Fest, and then she did most of the arrangements and conducting, but then Ogasawara was there as well. He did some, so yeah, I like her stuff. Her Kirby Cafe covers are gorgeous. So yeah, do you have a Switch too? Yeah, the way you put it in brackets, ignore that. JJ, the way you put it in brackets makes it sound like you are guilty or something, or you thought it was or you're thinking it's a bad decision. But if I'm reading into the way you typed the single word of yeah, then please correct me. I've got thoughts for a while. Nah, you're exactly right. As in my idea that you might think it's not the best investment right now. I like my Switch too, but I realize that I don't have it in me to pay more than $60 for a game. Yup. Yes, yes, yes. It's more than that. It's like to like think about like wanting to play several experiences in a year, and more than $60 is insane. And the fact that if you're getting it for the Nintendo games rarely ever go on sale, and whenever they do, it's not something substantial. Like if you're getting a sale on a $70 game, then that's still going to be like what, 50? Like no, it's like, oh, they have the Switch is the most successful thing they've ever done. Nintendo has the most money they've ever had, and I don't know. And then clamping down on ROM sites and fan games. The fan games one really kills me, but I'm just gonna make myself depressed. Bluey, hello, good morning, hello, good morning, hello, good morning. It's improved my experience with multiplats, but I feel disappointed that I can't really play anything first party at an affordable price. Yup. But anyway, Bluey, hello. They got Bluey in here too? Yes. Good morning, everyone. How are you? Fine, thank you. Sorry. Konichi, what's up? Oh my gosh, Bluey is the coolest person ever. Mago Kerbo, hello. Hello, Mago. play too much Sonic Racing today. It's out. I forget. Bluey. Yeah, I speak some Neon. No biggie. You're so cool, Bluey. Oh, it's just a network test. I see. Tell me about it because, like, I'm curious. I'm not gonna get it, but I don't really have anything that can run it, so. Hatsune Miku is in the game. That's pretty cool. I'm happy that she actually speaks. The game is fun and chaotic. Is it like a bad type of chaotic? Like, as in like Mario Kart too many items chaotic? Or is it like the cool kind where everything's changing all the time because the vehicles have lots of these different forms and everything? It's not too chaotic in terms of too many items. That's nice. I do not like urine. The items themselves do pile up. Oh. There's little downtime between getting hit. I saw some guy running a max power build with Eggman and he was just ramming other players off the course. That's pretty funny. Um, I was using Shadow and Amy this whole time, and what do you think of the new Mega Evolution? I like the Hawlucha. Hawlucha's a wide boy. He's so big. Like, I really like the colors of the mask and stuff. Um, yeah, feeling positive. Like, I'm not gonna get CA at launch at least. But and the victory bull is fat, and my only issue is that I think its face doesn't look that much like the original victory bull, so it kind of looks like it's a completely different character. And also, like, it does this thing that they do sometimes in designs when it's like when you have like a character like Victory Bull, which is so like when you have Victory Bull who's like this. Let me copy you, not copy you, but let me move you. I need to make a point, everyone. I'm sorry. Like when you stupid, my charger is being funky. Sorry. No, stop being funky. Sorry, everyone. I have to fix my stupid charger. It's really annoying. Okay, I think that's okay. No, it's not okay. Damn! Sorry, everyone. This is really annoying. I might mute until this is ready, or I'd be stupid and not delete. Yeah, I'm gonna have to mute for a bit. Sorry. Okay, I think that's okay. Sorry, everyone. I have a really bad charger and I need to get a new one. Anyway, my issue is like when you have a character like Victory Bull and you have the fat one. That looks off, but who cares? That looks more sinister than the actual one. But I don't have a reference, so. Oh my gosh, that looks so sad. But anyway, when you have the big boy, like this does look naturally bigger than this. However, a thing that they do with some of these designs and Gigantamax designs as well is like you shrink the head down and like that of course makes it look bigger when it's by itself, but when it's right next to it, especially if I'm gonna shrink you down a little bit. When you have a character like this and they're both on the same playing field, it makes it look like this head is smaller than this one. And that I think can look a bit bad. It happened a lot with Gigantamax, where like you had, I don't know, Gigantamax Centiscorch, like so, and Little Trainer. And then you had like, I don't know, Grookey. That's a Fairy Curse Grookey. But like you have these two characters and they like both look the same. Not sorry, but they're both big. However, this is meant to look bigger, but it actually looks smaller because its head is so small compared to this big boy. And I'm not doing a very good job describing it, but it's something that happened a lot in Sword and Shield, and I find it happening as well with Victory Bull, but that's just me being a pedantic nerd. And anyway, back to the chat. Megastar's reveal will revitalize the yen and turn Japan into a new global superpower. That's funny. Anyway, back to Testament. I think it's just in-game model scaling. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, but it like really bothers me. Like in particular with the Gigantamax Pokemon, and it's just like there was an easy fix, and it was just like artificially scale the Gigantamax Pokemon up just to make it match. But I don't know, like what's done is done, and Again, I'm just being pedantic. I've been doing drawings with really thick line work lately, and it's made it so that it's more difficult to do characters that are like more realistic because the lines are so thick, but that's fine. I should continue my Air Riders art. I thought you said Air Riders rant. I only started line art. Yeah, you should. Well, as always, you should just draw TM. It doesn't really matter what. Well, like it can matter what, but I don't know. That's a funky head. Who are your most wanted characters for Air Riders? Like, I didn't really want new characters because, like, no, as in, not like I don't want new characters, but I think the backgrounds in Air Riders are really boring. I think Sakurai, like, whenever he makes something visual, it sometimes doesn't feel like he cares too much about the backgrounds themselves. Like, I just love that in all of like the Kirby games, there's so much sauce in the backgrounds. It's like, oh, you're going to make a tree. You're not going to make a normal tree that you get from Unreal Engine. No, no, no. We're going to make a bespoke tree that only exists in the Kirby universe. I like that kind of thing. And I think lots of his backgrounds look like they could fit in any other game. And that's like a gripe I have. But anyway, if I were to ask for characters for Air Riders, it would be the three Make sisters. Like, I was already thinking about that. I especially love the background art in the 3DS Kirby titles. Yes, very much. But like, I think Star Allies as well because like it has very seemingly generic level themes, but they're made so beautifully and have like lots of these like details that make them super distinct. Where you just glance at them and it's like, ah, yes, that is a Star Allies background. And like they're solid color palettes for each level. Like you can just like tell apart each level based off of just like a quick glance. And like I can just imagine, I'm just like, look, look everyone. It's like very instantly I have Reef Resort from Kirby Star Allies, just based off of that alone. And if I try to like draw any of Sakurai's backgrounds from Air Riders, it's like, yeah, that's like a forest, that's a cave. I don't know what the caves are from. I don't know what the forest is from. But I like that, like in Stylize, and just, yeah, 3DS Kirby, any Kirby, it just, it has the sauce. And I don't know, I didn't really care for how Air Riders looked visually. It didn't spark any of the stuff that excites me. And then right afterwards, we played Dream Buffet at a friend's house, and I was just like, I was just over the moon and smiling all the while and just adoring everything that they made. Um, Star Allies is so step on when it comes to talking about good visuals in Nintendo games. Yes, absolutely. It is so freaking gorgeous. Like the outer space section, it's amazing. And like again, it doesn't look like anything is like stock assets. It's all like anyway, I'm not I've spoken about this with better formulated sentences, but today is not one of those days. Um uh but yeah, like I'm just like thinking of all of it now, and anyway, like one thing that I noticed in the Air Riders presents is that in Skyla there's a Wispy Woods, and Wispy looks very sterile. Maybe Wispy animates, but it didn't look like Wispy animated very much or at all. And then like in Dream Buffet, there's a Wispy Woods you find in the free rolling mode, and of course it's made out of all like jellies and sweets, and it's always like bouncing around even when you don't touch it, and when you bump into it, it like has these like bounce animations, and Wispy's face goes all like winced, and it's like, ah, look at this awesome detail, but you know, it has life, soul, and it doesn't really feel like that from the presents that I watched. But anyway, he has a very unique way of going about things. Yes, and it's honestly not my way of going about things. Um, like hot take, but when I played Kirby Superstar for the first time, it was very easily one of my least favorite Kirby games. Same with Adventure. I know they're both like incredibly important, but I'm just like Kirby's Dream Land 2 I think is like vastly superior to Adventure. I love Kirby's Dream Land 3 so damn much. But but yeah, I won't go on this rant. I respect Sakurai for bringing us Kirby into the world, but I genuinely think that like he's missing one part of like the Kirby depth. He has like the depth in terms of gameplay, but I think he's missing the other aspects. Um, but yeah, characters I would put in Air Riders. The obvious answer is the three Mage Sisters, and you'd have to beat them in a race in Jam Bastion and go along the ceiling, just like when you have the friend train in that game and you're already climbing across the ceilings. That's what I'd do. I think that'd be a lot of fun, and they'd have different elemental attacks and you could switch, and that would be their unique gimmick. Shimamura era mentioned. I love the Shimamura era. I love Kirby's Dream Land 2 and 3, and it's just like, even then, there's this like, it feels like there's something else going on. And I know Sakurai had a little bit of that, but it just feels so, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not good at forming my words today, so I'm not going to bother. Kirby's Dream Land 3 has my favorite art direction in the series by far. It's so good. I'm just like, why? It looks like that for one game. And I know, like, looking at 64 does feel like the 3D version of that game. Like the fact that there are so many characters and enemies that only exist in Kirby's Dream Land 3 and 64. And lots of them that only exist in Kirby's Dream Land 3, I was like looking through them. Some of them were reused in other games, but like the majority of them are just like trapped in Dreamland 3 and some in 64, which I think is a shame because I think lots of those character designs are just like effortlessly Kirby. Like I think lots of them you could like plop into Kirby's Dream Land 1 and they would feel like they're at home. That's all. I don't think this is the best drawing, but I don't know. I'm not thinking very much. Like, damn, the Shimamura era is so good with how it like does all of its storytelling through like little cutscenes and interactions without any dialogue. And I know that's not like an amazing feat, but it's just so damn cute. And it makes me care about those characters, even though they don't say anything. And then I feel like something more is going on, and again they don't explain it. It's awesome. It's so good. And it like sometimes feels sad and I don't I'm gonna be a nerd. And it's just like in Superstar with Milky Way wishes, and you're going around to the different planets, and they're just like blatantly reusing assets. Reusing assets is not a bad thing. However, it doesn't feel like it's done in a very intentional way. It just feels like, why not? Let's 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 do it that way. And then it doesn't really feel like it's like super intentional, and it doesn't really feel like it's in a real life place. Like they reuse assets in Star Allies, but like they completely switch the color palettes and do other little tweaks to make it feel like they're brand new locations. Where I didn't even know that Planet Tawara was a reuse or reusing assets from Sacred Square, because the complete vibe was totally different. But they just don't do that in Superstar. And I know there are technical limitations, but it's just like it doesn't feel like super intentional. Sometimes it just feels jigsawed together. And I felt like that with some level designs in Kirby's Adventure, where like you'd enter into a castle door and exit in a forest, and then you go into another door and you'd exit in a cloud area. And it's just like that just feels like it's all jigsawed together, and it sorry. I'm gonna sound like Sakurai's biggest hater. I can't see what you said, JJ, because it like censored the text. Oops. You're okay. I mean, laughing my butt cheeks off. I see. Yeah. I love Dribble Deluxe. I think I like Triple Deluxe more than Robobot, like easily, which not everyone thinks. Triple Deluxe is so good. Robobot has the better extra mode, but Triple Deluxe has the better sub games. I haven't even played the sub games yet. Well, I did in Robobot, just not in Triple Deluxe. Like, I think part of it could be, like, the localization in Robobot wasn't supposed to be the best, so I found the way some things were worded in, like, pause screens and stuff was a bit off. And I thought it was, like, just a bit better in Triple Deluxe. And, yeah, that was a big part of it. I also prefer the music in Triple Deluxe and the vibes, but like no one talks about Golden Legend. That's such a good song. It plays in the temples area in Triple Deluxe, and it's so good. And I was trying to look for like fan remixes on YouTube, and I couldn't find anything, which was really weird. Golden Legend is great. It's amazing. Like, I've never heard official or unofficial remixes or arrangements of it. And I'm just like, wow, this is one of my favorite songs from this game, and no one talks about it. Also, Sullied Grace is better than Star Dream. Changed my mind. Sorry. That's not true. Man, that's weird. Man. I like the true meme. Like, I thought I wouldn't like the story in Triple Deluxe because they like save it all for like nearly the end. The build-up is so good. Yeah. I thought I wouldn't like the Triple Deluxe story because they like leave it towards the very, very end, but I actually really, really enjoyed it. I like the little hints, like in the Coily Rattler boss fight, it says that this creature was worshipped by the people of the sky, and you're like, there are supposed to be people up here. I haven't met any people yet. And I just think Sectonia is really good. I was like, oh my god, she's horrible. I love her. Like, she's like, I haven't, like, she feels so malevolent, and I know what her true story is, even though I haven't played it by proxy of existing on the internet. But I don't know, it's really good. And King Day-to-Day is amazing. Oh my gosh, I love him. He's so good. I love when Kirby like rescues him, and Kirby's like jumping up and down, and Day-Day is just like, I've just woken up. What are you doing? That's so cute. Like, I think the climax to Triple Deluxe is like surprisingly really good. I also thought the game was overall harder than Robobot, in my opinion, at least the story mode. But yeah, I'm excited to play the other modes and find Dark Meta Knight and the Dimension Mirror. Woohoo! But yeah, I'm like really late to the club. But that's fine. I don't care. I just like didn't have those games growing up. I'm late to the party, but you know, it's not going anywhere. I will play The Forgotten Land and Star-Crossed World in 4 years. I was just kind of hoping for more, you know? Yeah. It still looks cool and all, but I don't mind skipping it for now. Yeah, for me, I just I actually haven't looked at anything. Like, I know I could look at a playthrough, but I'll wait. Like, I think it could be cool um, to play at some point, but money, time, and I love video games. However, they are not my main hobby. It is art. Um, and I get through games kind of slowly. And, I don't have a job, and so I'd feel very guilty if I was like, hey, mom, I want to Switch 2 to play one video game. And no, dad, I'm not gonna get a job. I tried once, failed, and was like, oh, that's me done. Now I'll spend the rest of my summer doing art. Um, I am like Testament. There are so many things I can do. To bring the conversation your side, JJ, are there any cool games you've been playing? Blushing emoji. Saying no, there are no cool games you've been playing is also fine. I'm just working my way through Dragon Quest III Remake right now. Oh, my brother is as well. He's a big Dragon Quest III fan, but like his favorite version is the fan translation of the Super Famicom version. Um, and there are still things that are in the Super Famicom version that he prefers over the remake, but then some things in the remake do seem really cool. Um, some like attention to detail changes that I really respect. Um, it's strange that there are some features that were in the Super Famicom version that are missing, and they have some bits of like guidance with characters kind of holding your hand, which kind of takes out some of the immersion. But largely, he's having a very good time. But damn, great minds think alike. You, this, Yes, so you have played the Super Famicom version. Cool, cool, cool. Like there are things in is it I can't remember what the place is called, but in like the desert town, when it's nighttime, there's like music playing, but it's really faint, and it's like in the background, and it's kind of dangerous sounding. But then like as you go closer to the dance hall, the music gets louder and louder until you go in, and then it's full volume. And that's such a cool detail for such a simple game. And surprisingly, that's not in the remake, which I found really baffling. Um, but yeah, I think the like quality of life stuff sounds really good, and the fact that like vocations are much more distinct. By like, if you're not a spellcaster, don't worry, you can use other abilities. It's not just like brute force attack. If you're like a merchant, warrior, or martial artist, you have other options now. Don't worry. I think that's good. Um, the character customization is also fun to like give your party members voices. I like that. Um, I still think some Dragon Quest fans can be really obnoxious for like badgering any Square Enix social media posts without realizing that the social media person working on a Square Enix page is not going to be the person who's, making Dragon Quest 12 or is responsible for making Dragon Quest 3 woke. Like, shut the frick up. It's a role playing game. People of all sorts of genders exist, you asshole. Go away. Go back into your basement. Shut up. Stop badgering Yuji Horii on Twitter when he's like putting a post of himself ziplining. It's like, oh, I went ziplining today. It was a lot of fun. And then someone's like, I'll never forgive you for putting they thems in Dragon Quest 3. Like, shut up. And those fans are all buzzard. Yep. Yeah, I'm like, I probably just get too worked up about it because like generally I think I've like been around very nice people in my life, but it's just like it sometimes makes me feel bad to like something when lots of the vocal people are those obnoxious assholes. Um, Dragon Quest has been censored in the West since the very beginning, which a lot of these guys tend to ignore. Yes, there's a lot in Dragon Quest that just was left out. Like Dragon Quest is such a it's such a positive series to have like such negativity around it just makes me sick. It's just like you guys don't know the point. It's like they'll take their time, they'll make Dragon Quest 11, it will be amazing, and then you'll be like, give us information about Dragon Quest 12 now. It's like, chill. It will come when it comes. Your roaring and shouting will do nothing to change that. And when a game does take its time and is really good, you commend it and be like, this is what good games should be like. But then it's a painful circle, and I'm glad I'm not a gamer. Maple, hello! We can't stay too long tonight, but we wanted to pop in to support you. How's it been going so far? It's fine. I've been talking with JJ. Some others were here. I've been feeling kind of tired and haven't been drawing with too much gusto, but it's fine. It is another thick-lined drawing. This is Testament walking through the street looking at windows of trinkets and stuff for them to get a new hobby. That's the idea, at least. They're looking lovingly inquisitive. And JJ, I feel like games discussion in recent years has gotten especially bad. Yeah, I'm glad I'm like not part of it. There's so much vitriol and outrage everywhere. Yep, I'm like most people who go onto Blue Sky have went there because they left Twitter because Twitter was just too much Twitter. But I was never on Twitter. But I decided to go to Blue Sky just because it was nicer and like a little more personal than Instagram because like you can find like specific fans of things a bit easier. That's why I went. I never had Twitter. So to change the topic, JJ and well Maple and the Motivator if you're still there. Mago Kerber if you're also still there. And Bluey if you are still there. And anyone else. How do you guys like my recent arts of doing things with really thick line work? I like it. I'm doing it partially because of part-time UFO and some official Kirby illustrations that I liked. Like the Kirby Twitter illustrations, which are absolutely lovely. So yeah, they were some of the inspirations for me to be doing this. I personally adore it so much. I'm glad. Like with the recent like Kirby and Meta Knight Gajinkos, I was like, it was kind of funny because I haven't really let myself draw so like cartoony manga-y, despite the fact like the most of the artwork that I love is like cartoony and cute and like very manga-y. Like less like I don't say anime-ish because like I try to like differentiate like them because when I say that it would like make you think of like seasonal anime and shonen and stuff. Like what I mean is like the first Pokemon Adventures artwork and stuff of that kin, or like the some of those like Kirby comics with like from like Kirby 64 with Adeline and stuff in it, where it's just I don't know. There's a specific thing that I like, and so I like let myself draw it for once without having the demon in my shoulder saying, "Make a good drawing." Maple, it definitely helps set them apart from others on the canvas. And if there were backgrounds, they would be properly separated. You wouldn't get on with the Paper Mario fans for it though. They desire the paper outlines. Yeah. That's actually another thing, Maple. Another reason why I wanted to do this. Like for a short film that I will hopefully be working on this year. for college, I was like trying to think about the style that I'd like to do, and I'd like to do like thick-ish outlines and have like a different outline color for each character, and so and like have the colors and lines in the background be like more muted to make the characters stand out. Like again, it was like the part-time UFO illustrations are so good. I need to like post them on Blue Sky. I said I would before, but I never did. And there's some things that are sometimes done in video games, but I haven't really seen them done in animation too much. So I'd like to do that. So that's like another reason why I've been having this bit of a experimentation in style recently enough. And even though I prefer the Mado Monogatari compile era of Puyo Puyo, I like the Sega Puyo Puyo games artwork for how they do have like one line color for each character. So I was looking at that and being like, I'd like to try this for my own drawings to like help make characters look different without having to like change line color for each part. Because like what I was doing in my project last year is like having a different line color for the skin, a different line color for the hair, a different line color for different bits of clothing, and it was just really, really tedious and not economical. But I can like make style by having line works of different colors, but it's like one line color for each character, and then that would save me in time as well, while also not being like everyone has a black outline. That was my thinking, and now I'm here. Like I know they kind of did this with Return to Dreamland Deluxe, but I'd like to see a Kirby game that like a 3D Kirby game that tries to go very 2D, like making colors especially flat and like not having it be a 2D Kirby game, but like try to make it look like it's the 2D illustrations but walking around in front of you. So like make it a lot more graphic. I think that would be fun. Because like I like when they do things like in Sky Tower, for example, where when they have clouds, the clouds aren't actually 3D models, they're like 2D drawings. Like they still look like they're in 3D, but they're actually not models. Super Paper Kirby? There was a cancelled idea for a Kirby game with a pop-up book aesthetic. There isn't much known about it. It's not like the big Kirby GameCube game, so it might have just been an idea that they tossed away. I was actually talking about it today with my brother, saying like if they did come out with it, people would be like, oh, it's like Paper Mario with Kirby. But I mean more like making the backgrounds have like very solid flat colors and trying to make it look 2D even though it's 3D, and like having, or like for example, like making the shaders on characters like with Kirby look more like the Legend of Zelda Wind Waker or the Sly games where it has those toon shaders on it. I mean, in the sense that a game starts, you flip the dimensions. I remember that Papercraft Kirby game though. I liked it. It is cool. That's fine. No, it's not. After I do the line work for Testament, I'm going to take a little bit of a break just to get pajamas. They gotta bring back Good Feel if they're ever gonna make a new Kirby game with an experimental art direction. Sorry, I've been quiet trying to juggle a couple things. Don't worry. The mask. Hello! And Maple, you should be more nice to yourself though when drawing lines. I'm concerned seeing you draw that hat. Are you okay, friendo? I am fine. Just the hat's being off. And hello, Damask. I am drawing them. They're walking down the street looking for even more hobbies to fall in love with. Because I was reading the big list of hobbies and it was very fun. But that's it for now, I think. I think I'll color it. But first, I'll take a very small break just to put on pajamas and some other things. Oh, I think I need to put more details here. Never mind. I'm back. So I'll just read the messages now. Good Feel could make Kirby with wool, and it would be okay because they did make Yoshi's Woolly Road. Yeah, but like Good Feel made a 3D action game recently enough. The one that kind of looked like Goemon, Mystical Ninja Goemon, but I thought it looked like a PlayStation 2 platformer in the best way possible. I didn't really like the way it looked, but I did like the way the gameplay looked. Again, it like PS2 era 3D platformer in the best way possible. And thank you, Maple, for welcoming me back. I will. There are like little bits here. I'm not going to draw them properly. So yeah, what will I talk about now or say? Oh, I know. I'll say something that JJ told me that made me really happy and thought it was really cool, because JJ was saying that one of their friends showed them my Elfeld animation that I did a while ago, and then JJ was like, "I know that person," and I thought that was really fun because that video has too many views. My claim to fame is a impulsive Elfeld Guilty Gear animation. But now I will unfortunately have to taper my impulses because I'm going back to college soon. So I will not be able to impulsively make anything I want, even though I want to. I suppose you could talk about what you think of other Guilty Gear characters. I haven't educated myself on the others too much, apart from Bridget, Potemkin, Testament, and Elfeld, of course. I've educated myself slightly, but not too much. And whenever I discover even a little bit of something new, I'm like, oh, I like this character much, much more than when I first saw them, which is a really good sign. Like I was saying earlier to my brother that I think I really respect and love how they treat the characters in Guilty Gear. It's like really sincere and human. People who over time become their true selves and find happiness. And I was, yeah, just saying that sincerity really resonates with me. Which character do you want to know about? I can talk a lot about them. You know what? Tell me more about Saul Bad Guy, because I have like, I know he's the pro tag, but there was one YouTube comment that said like, this guy was a scientist, or like, this guy made a weapon that could kill gods, left, and now drives around with his girlfriend. And I think that's very neat. And Maple, I am very happy it worked out for you, though. Elfeld is beautiful, but I do want your showreel to be popular. You should link your YouTube on blue sky so people experience it more. I want your other work to get popular. Mago, I've been watching Transformers a lot recently, mainly Prime and Robots in Disguise. So I will respond to both all of these. Maple, I had my YouTube there for linked for a while, but I think you're right. I think I should link it back again. Mago, I've never watched Transformers. That was one thing that kind of skipped over me. I do have many friends who like Transformers, and I found an old Transformer, and then I kind of like put out a search warrant, not a search warrant, but I was like, what is this Transformer? I believe it's Megatron, but it doesn't have a head anymore, so I don't know what year it was made. It's all rusty, and my dad found it while digging through dirt to do construction in our backyard. And very quickly, someone like came by and was like, "Oh, I know who it is," and gave me like the exact the name and year of release, and I was very happy. Hmm, I think I could make these clasps look a bit better. Michael, sounds about right. Yeah, it was really fun that it happened so quickly. Um, I was so happy. Mm, yeah, now it is time to color. Uh, it's like a little skull and crossbones here. Um, yes, now it is time to color them. It took me a while, but I was talking. It's fine. Mm, oh, I don't need this anymore. Oh, and they have a black sleeve. I missed that. Yeah, that works. I think I've already told this to you, Maple. I believe, perhaps, correct me if I'm wrong, but I was once designing a character in animation college, and I was unsure if I should give this character black gloves or white gloves because this character had like a suit, a black and white suit. Um, However, when I color, I don't use the colors black. And the mask, you know what? Screw this conversation. It's just, I've said it before. I care more about what you're saying. He was indeed a scientist, with her wife named Arya and a friend named Aska, but Arya is sick of an unknown illness and was put into cryogenic state. They all researched about gear cells, and Saul Bad Guy was the first gear ever by taking the flame of corruption. In short, he can strongly be connected to the backyard, which is where all the magic is. But then that man took Arya's cryopod and went away. Character limit. That's awesome. So that was just Saul Bad Guy's backstory. I really like that. To like try to cure an illness by then unlocking gateway to magical things you did not believe existed as a scientist. That's awesome. But anyway, long story short, I was designing a character with black and white gloves, or black gloves or white gloves, and I couldn't decide. And I asked a classmate, "What do you think I should do?" And they were like, "Oh, blue gloves. That's cool." And I said, "Yeah, should they be black or white?" And then it took him a moment to be like, "Wait a second. Oh, they're black, even though they look bright blue." But that's because um, I've been destroying the color black in everything I do. But it's funny because I'm drawing Testament. Hmm. Yeah, that'll do. Nope. That works. Cool. Frederick then sought to take revenge against that man. He gained the name of Bad Guy by becoming a bounty hunter and destroying Gear military products, and gained the name of Saul from Slayer since he described his passion as shining like the sun. Meanwhile, her wife was turned into Justice, a Gear military weapon, and was mind-controlled by the Universal Will. Too much lore to talk about. I've heard of the Universal Will. I've skimmed through that. Leading her to control all gears and start a war against humanity known as the Holy Crusades. Cool. So Saul Bad Guy started off with a different name, then searched for this person, relentlessly destroying all products, military products to do with gears, despite, well, being the first gear. That's awesome. I'll read more. Or I'd like to. That's too much. That might also be too much. She was then killed by Saul Bad Guy, but then brought back once again by Testament, also mind-controlled at the time, then killed once again by Saul Bad Guy, and then the Valentine's game, clone of Arya controlled by the Universal Will, of which Saul had to kill the first. That's a lot of terminology. It will make sense at some point, probably. No, I know it will. But that's a lot of proper nouns. That's not a bad thing. That's how I felt when I first tried to get a little bit acquainted with some of the characters. I was just blasted with all of this terminology of things that I haven't heard of before, and I honestly really respect it. For some personal reasons I won't get into. I really like, I really like when people believe in what they're doing so much that they will like throw you into the deep end. Be like, oh, you haven't heard of this? I don't care. This is my story, and all of these things are important. Um, ooh, I like this. Mm. And after Stride's events, he now lives happily with Jacko Valentine, a Valentine specifically made to bring back Arya, but chose by her own person. But that's it for Saul Bad Guy in general. That's cool. I do really like that at the end it's just now I'm happy with my girlfriend and drive around in a car. And I like that like Ramethal and Elfeld were also just Valentines which had a purpose, but then like learned to be like, maybe humans aren't so bad, and now I'll find out who I am. I like that. Yeah, Ramathal and Elpha's story of rebelling against abusive mother really is cool. Like that's what like really took me aback when I first like read about it. Like that Ramathal was like, well, she just looks like this cold killing machine, and the fact that she was like questioning like killing humans and discovering that they're not so bad, and then like telling Elpha to like maybe consider it, and then Elpha's like, okay, runs away, forms a rock band, and then um, chases Nago Ryuki's like, you are my husband now. I love that a lot. Like another thing that I really loved from my limited Guilty Gear experience is like watching the or listening to the songs, but like reading the lyrics because I, I usually don't listen to lyrics very much, or that's not why I listen to music. I just get the music to bring the feels to me by its own. But I really liked like reading out all of the lyrics because I felt like I was like closer to the characters afterwards because of how specific they are to those characters and their stories. Um, some more than others, but like again, it started with Elfeld, um, and then moved on from there. And like, I'm gonna bring it back to Kirby. I liked how it had this like multi-tiered level of storytelling. That because it's a fighting game, that's like the main appeal. But all of these like layers of the story and how it tells it is like really beautiful to me. And again, it's similar to with Kirby, where it's like, oh no, like you're playing because it's this action Nintendo game, but then you stay because they care so deeply about the world and those characters. And I just felt like there was a similarity to the two of them. Um, yeah. Stride vocal tracks are excellent, and the fact that the most emotional part of each is very late in the song is really cool too, since you'll never hear them in a real match, but we'll hear them in training mode, where you become closer to the character. That's so poetic. And I'm not like just saying that for the sake of it, but that's really beautiful. Now Chip Zanoff's theme is in my head, like fight like a tiger, walk in the park, fly like an eagle, whatever. Everything I've gained from Chip Zanoff is he's a ninja, but he started off as a drug addict, went to rehab, became a ninja, fought against injustice, and is now the president of South Africa. Is that a good way of summing up Chip Zanoff? Yeah, that's pretty much all of his story. It's like quite simple. It just sounds really zany because, again, president of South Africa, ninja. President of Easter Chip Kingdom. Eastern. That's awesome. Like I think a good experience I had earlier in the year was sending my two friends who are also not super familiar with Guilty Gear, but I am now like a bit more. Um, I sent them a picture of Sin Kiski, Kai's son. I just sent my friends the render and was like, "This child is 10 years old," and they were just like, "Wait, oh, what?" And then they searched up and I was like, "Oh my god, you're right." Um, if you know what, for the others, I am going to get an image of the character I'm talking about. Look at this 10-year-old. Uh, he's actually 5, not 10. He's, I was wrong. I'm so foolish. How did I think? But yeah, it's because he's is he quarter gear? This is Beyblade all over again. He has like gear blood in his DNA, thanks to his mom Dizzy, and so that basically like enhanced his growth. So yeah, it's like hitting puberty really early, and this happens. I think it's really funny. Yeah, that's indeed a 5-year-old because he's a gear. He matures a lot more rapidly. If he seems dumb, it's only because he's literally existed for 5 years. Outside of that, he's pretty much a young adult. I do like in his song, it basically says things like, like people are trying to find out what they want to do in life, and I don't know anything yet. Like it's not said like that, but that's like the gist of it. Like he can't make a decision yet because it's like, dude, I'm 5. I realize I haven't like drawn a background for what they're even doing, but I don't care. I also haven't drawn their crow or the 2 demons, but that's fine. You can kind of get the gist of what's happening. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, that's Testament done, methinks. Oh, the layers didn't go in. Never mind. Wait, what happened? Ugh. Yeah, that's better. I might do like a little background or something to add some context. The crow is actually just one of the succubi. They just change forms between crow and succubus. Okay, that makes sense. a second. Actually, never mind. I will draw something else now. I was gonna ask, I wanted to draw something for my friend to take a request, but they couldn't think of something. I was gonna ask them a second time, but I didn't bother. I didn't want to be pushy, even though I just wanted to draw something for them to congratulate them for something. So what will I do? Any ideas? Anyone can just say something and I'll draw it. Well, of course I won't draw anything, but I trust you people. Maybe Susie and Francisca talking about being news reporters for Kirby JP, and I sadly don't really have any. So that's okay, Damask, and that means Mago is the winner. That'll be a bit of an illustration, but I'll try to draw it quickly enough. How would I even do that? Okay, I don't really know how to draw them talking about being the hosts of Kirby's Twitter account. However, I'm going to still draw Francisca and Susie, because one thing I really do love about those two is that for no particular reason, Susie seems to really dislike Francisca just because she's jealous. Jealous of her looks, which is really, really funny. So I'm gonna do some drawings and it will make sense. I remember Susie being jealous that the mages took over. That was funny. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do is I think I'm gonna do the two of them wearing each other's clothes because I think that would be kind of fun. And I'm just gonna draw them in their like usual form rather than the Gajinka form for now. I think I might draw them in their human-shaped form later. Oh my gosh, you get to see Francisca's mouth. Yay! Yippee! It's now kind of sad that like I probably won't be drawing any or much Kirby stuff from here on out just because of college coming back. I'll probably still have like doodles that I do when I get too tired. Good luck for college. Thank you. It's my final year of animation college, so that's the year you make a short film. Of course, like I'll have to pitch my idea, and like there's no guarantee that my idea will get picked, but I have my idea, and it's been in my head for a bit now. I'd like to be able to work on it. Oh, what happened? I bet Susie would be like, what's with all of this strapping? It's so difficult to get on. That's not efficient at all. Also, my French brain keeps misremembering college because college in French refers to middle school. You're fine. You're fine. Um, I sometimes have to translate my Irish brain because, like, whenever I'm talking to someone who's like not from Ireland, they're calling like what I call college school. Um, unless they're from the UK, in which they call it university. Um, so yeah, even like amongst like English speaking languages, most of them will call it school, but then some call it university. And then here it's just college most of the time. So usually I'm pretty good. Usually I'm pretty good when I'm talking with people and I translate college to school. But then I think I was just slipping because I was too comfortable. Hooray, I'm not too late. Hello, Quill. Um, I drew Testament. Look at them. They're going to be pointing at stuff like in glass windows while walking down the street, looking for new hobbies. Um, so I might do a little background tomorrow. I don't know. They look so cute. Yeah, because they are cute. That was unnecessarily deep. Um, so yeah, now I am drawing Susie and Francisca from Kirby Planet Robobot and Star Allies swapping outfits. They're not in their human-shaped form yet. I might do that. I'll see how I go. Sorry I'm late. I was playing Sonic Racing Open Network tests with friends. You are the second person to come along who is playing the Sonic Racing Open Network test. Michael was saying that it's fun and chaotic. How do you find it, Quill? Because I am interested. I'm not going to play it because I don't have means to play it. But I have been keeping reasonably up to date. It's probably because like I just really like the Sonic characters interacting with each other. It's just really cute to me. Um, that's like something I really enjoyed. It was fun, but the servers were full and unavailable on Steam. That sucks. I had to download the test on PS5, which cost me like an hour of time. And I had to beat a Grand Prix before even playing online. Oh, how long does a Grand Prix take? And how many tracks? Is it like 4 tracks, like in Mario Kart? My friend's got an hour advantage over me, and that made me mad. Yeah. Who are you playing as? 3 tracks, and then they throw the tracks together in the fourth round. Ah, that's cool. Cream, of course. I was gonna guess Cream. Oh, I just love that Cream can get to interact with like so many different characters she's never spoken to before, and it's like, what's this little child doing here? It's so funny to me. I don't know who I'd play as. Like, I like Silver, but I don't know what his voice is like. I love his cringy voice from Sonic 06. It is my favorite. The absolute baffled expression of, no way! I should play more racing games. I only played Mario Kart, but it was meh for me. Maybe I just didn't play the right one for me. I tried to get into Mario Kart like a few years ago. Like I really tried, and I think Mario Kart just isn't my cup of tea. And even when playing it with friends and stuff, they're getting like really fired up. And even when I win, I wasn't getting fired up. Like I didn't have that like I can get really competitive and personal, but with Mario Kart I just don't. I think maybe it's because of I don't know, just something about the Mario Kart gameplay loop doesn't do it for me. Um, like I like what some of the tracks look like, and when I was playing Wii, I loved playing as Birdo because she's the best. Um, but I don't know, just the general gameplay loop doesn't do it for me. Like this is gonna sound like like heresy, but I remember like trying to replay Mario Kart Wii, not really having a great time, and then dusting off our PS2 and playing Rayman M, also known as Rayman Arena in America, um, which is a Rayman racing slash arena battling game. And me and my cousin and brother really loved playing the racing mode in Rayman M so much more than Mario Kart Wii, and I think it's like it must be a sin, but it just was so fun. It was really funny. OMG, I totally played that. Yeah. And like when I followed it up later and watched videos, people are just like, "It's man, why don't you just play Mario Kart?" And I was like, I tried playing Mario Kart and didn't enjoy it. And I think it might have something to do with the items and stuff. Like what you're saying, Quill Rayman required skills, that's why. Even though it might not necessarily be that, the fact like I think the items really don't help. Um like I know why they're there, but I think they're less fun than they are fun. I heard Crash Team Racing is good, mainly for its driving mechanics. Sadly, I don't have a PlayStation to play it. I also don't have a PlayStation to play it. Wait, I think Crash Team Racing's on more things, no? I think it's on Switch. Am I wrong? Quill, you might know. I think the Crash games just are on everything now, but I could be very, very wrong. I don't know. I heard Mario Kart World has terrible item balancing. People in first can get gold mushrooms. Ooh. I don't have a Switch too, but if I did, like I wouldn't be bothered to play Mario Kart World. It just doesn't seem like my type of game at all. Yes, questionable balancing, truly a video game tradition. That is what it's like in Mario Kart. Like, I know people like Mario Kart Wii because of the like competitive aspect and like how like the fan servers still exist. But I'm just like, I don't think it's very fun. But I think if it didn't have items, then Mario Kart would be way too easy. Because it's just like do the same turn around every turn. It's like very methodical, which is fine. But then if it wasn't for all the items, then maybe it'd be too easy. I'm not sure. No head. Yeah. Why am I struggling with Susie's head? She's a circle. I'm glad she's in Air Raiders. I saw one thing from someone, and I really hope they do this. I'd be more confident in this fan theory if like HAL were involved in the game, which they're not. But like a fan theory that suggested like Susie's new company that she's rebuilt is supplying all of the air ride machines. I think that would be really, really cute. But I just don't believe it. That would be neat. It would be neat. It would be so cool. I like depicting Susie as this big grump. Or like not grumpy, but just really, really cynical. Like she's not relaxed at all. She hates too many people. Someone give her a hug. Yeah. Oh, I need to move your characters down. Susie's head is too big. I like how I like drew Francisca super easily, and then Susie's being a pain, despite basically having the same silhouette. Mm. She'd fit right in as a general for Jambastian. I don't think she'd get on very well with them. I think she'd like try to make too many appointments, and like have a schedule, and then even Highness would be like too chaotic, and nothing's ordered. I think that would be funny. She's like, "Who are you people?" And I think she'd be like, "Magic doesn't exist. Science does." And then when magic is used around her, she gets like, "What the heck is going on?" So kind of like her beliefs get challenged, and that'd be really funny. Oops, doing that wrong. I'm doing that in the sketch there. Down. I mean, you could argue that magic is kind of science. You could. But I just like the idea of Susie having like a big meltdown around around the generals. Magic doesn't exist. Throws magic Kirby at her. Yeah, Kirby like pulls a random thing out of his hat. And she's like, "No, that was just a trick. That was sleight of hand." Kirby just like tosses her the magic hat. She looks in it, it explodes. I'd like the magic ability to return, but like act a bit more like the other abilities with like specific moves and inputs and stuff. Because like the way it worked in the Amazing Mirror was just it had a random chance of doing something, which is fun in its own way. But I think it'd be really cool if it could like you could do one move which is like throwing cards at someone. Another which could be like throwing a big dice, and depending on the number it lands on, it does more damage. So you kind of like Mr. Game & Watch's move in Smash Bros. Where like the higher number, the greater damage it does, and that's where the randomness could come in. I don't know. I'm gonna get a picture of Magic Kirby because Magic Kirby's a cutie. Okay, this is the artwork from Squeak Squad, which is adorable. Look at this guy! Aww. How dapper. Isn't that great? I love that. I'm keeping you here. Kirby, but you play as Faust from Guilty Gear? Oh my gosh. Like, Kirby does have a doctor ability, but like a surgeon ability where Kirby has a scalpel and rams a wheelchair into you. Hmm. It's the only time they gave King Dedede a patch for his stomach. Yeah, that is curious. And not only would he have a scalpel, but he would throw random items at the enemies. Yeah, I might draw that after. Like recently, I was like genuinely thinking of a Kamen Rider inspired Kirby ability. Um, just because my friend shared some Kamen Rider with me, just a little bit, but I really enjoyed it. So also, speaking of Kirby abilities, I really like how in modern Kirby games a lot of attacks are done with motion input, not complicated ones, but still cool. And I wish more platformers played with motion inputs. Yeah, um, like, I finished Kirby Triple Deluxe for the first time today, and I really enjoyed how they used the gyro features of the 3DS, like tilting it, for puzzles and stuff. Like, some people just think of it as the like a relic of the Wii era, but like it can genuinely be really good. Um, it can work really well and not just be a gimmick. So I agree. I am an advocate for motion controls. Triple Deluxe, that was my first Kirby game my first game at all. Really, that's awesome. Um, I'm I'm very late to the party. Um, People probably think of me as more of a as someone who like grew up with Kirby. I didn't. Um, I only really found Kirby like a few years ago. Um, so I'm like playing catch up. But yeah, I really like Triple Deluxe. I played Robobot for the first time this year as well, and I think I prefer Triple Deluxe. Your first Kirby game was actually Teen Kirby Clash Deluxe. Ah, yeah, because it's free to start. Free to play until Magalore demands your microtransactions. What was my first Kirby game? Uh, you see, I think I started with I think I downloaded a ROM for Kirby's Adventure on NES on my 3DS because I listened to a podcast and they said that was a good place to start, and I didn't really enjoy it, so I stopped playing. So I kind of didn't touch Kirby for a while because I was like, well, I didn't really enjoy this too much. And then I played Kirby's Dream Land 2. I was like, oh, this is really, really good. And then I played, I think, Kirby's Epic Yarn. That was a beautiful experience. Kirby's Dream Land 3 on Nintendo Switch Online made me cry somehow. And then Star Allies changed my life. I played that a lot. If you couldn't tell by most of the stuff I do, it's Star Allies related. So yeah, now I'm like playing catch up. But by motion input, I meant something more like the down-up attack from Kirby's Clown ability, where he jumps on a trampoline rather than tilting the console. Ah, sorry. I succumbed to paying actual money in Super Clash. Yeah. But yeah, the mask, the up and down motion inputs, yeah, that. Yes, I really like them. I really like the wing ability, even though it can be really tricky, but you also have to like do specific tilts before things work. Yeah, that's a lot of fun. I like it because it's like it's not as spammable as the other abilities, but it becomes very fun. Yeah. Like I did it a lot with Artist and Star Allies, which I liked. Like it is really cool that like in lots of not all, but lots of Kirby copy abilities are just like mini fighting game characters, which I really like. I dream of the day where I can para cancel in a platformer or do other motion input shenanigans I do in fighting games. Yeah. Like Kirby doesn't really have like anything to do with like countering attacks yet. So that could be something they look into. Hence the Kirby Fighter series. Yes. But I don't believe those games have like countering attacks either. As far as I know, I've only played the demos. So correct me. I have been corrected. Thank you, everyone. Her hair is so long. How does she do it? Probably good conditioner and a good hairbrush. Also, it depends on what you mean by counter, either landing an attack during your opponent's attack animation or an attack that triggers when an enemy lands an attack on you. Yeah. Well, the latter one definitely doesn't happen with any copy abilities to my knowledge. And the first one does happen with bosses. Unless the second one does happen. Well, there are some that, like, if you activate an attack just at the right moment when you're about to get hit, that happens. Yeah. I haven't played Forgotten Land yet, so I'm getting educated. Okay, that is cool. Thanks, Mago. I'll get around to Forgotten Land eventually. My friend loaned me her copy of it, so. I want to draw the Mage Sisters, but I never really got around to doing that. You should. Don't animate them with a lot of detail. Do not include all the details of their outfits. It's too much. Only a stupid person would do that. Might start small by throwing them into Air Riders scenarios. Yeah, cool. I think it would be cool that they could use a. I think they'd use a friend star. Like they can do a friend circle, so I think that would make sense. I'm a big advocate for telling people to draw no matter what it is. Yeah, that's fine. I just checked and it's definitely a ninja's moveset from Kirby's Return to Dreamland. It's actually two moves, one that happens on hit and one that happens on in a guard stun. I also forget how much attacks ninja had. Many, yeah. There's yeah. Oh yeah, is that the one where like if you guard perfectly, ninja will turn into a log? Yeah, I remember that. But I'll look into it later. Yeah, I remember when I first I accidentally did the log one. I was like, I'm gonna do this again. I think it was when I was fighting President Haltman in Planet Robobot. In the attack where like all the golden statues rain down, and I guarded perfectly, and I was like, oh, I have become a log. I'm gonna do this again. So I just started getting riskier whenever. So like instead of just like moving out of the way, I would just like get really close and turn into a log. That's currently me with Testament and Accent Core. They have a really strong parry, and I tend to overuse it. My opponent surely won't notice me doing it for a 10th time. and drawing this logo is a pain, so I'm not going to do it perfectly. It's fine. I realized that the Dream Kingdom has no true king. Ah, is that a... Is that a Forgotten Land thing? Clash games. Ah, okay. It's always cool that like they could just go back to it later. And give a reason. Like I've only played the demos for the Kirby Clash games, but like I didn't want to continue because the microtransactions put me off. But I really like the setting. I just really like Kirby fantasy. That's so cool to me. Francisca looks smaller. But it's fine. I think our line work was thicker originally, so now it looks like it's okay. I actually wonder how many non-fighting games have motion input since it's now only just in fighting games. Actually, another thing that I was thinking, I think, well, you might know, but do they do many motion inputs in 3D fighting games? Like, it makes more sense to me to only work in 2D games, but again, I don't have the experience with lots of fighting games, so I think you'd be able to answer better. I'm not a 3D fighting game player, but I'm pretty sure they also have motion inputs. Okay. Yeah, because I was just like wondering, because like there's some things that like my brother pointed out in Kirby Star Allies, which could only really work in a 2D game, but that's not necessarily to do with the inputs, but just the artist ability, which creates like 2D paintings. But that's something else. I was just wondering because I was just wondering if you'd be able to apply that in a 3D Kirby game or like any like 3D platformer or anything. That's all. You know, I want to steal Customer's color. Oh, that's okay. Still keep mine. Thank you, Testament. Yes, you've served us well. Maybe I should make the purple darker. I just checked and yeah, there's motion inputs in 3D games. For example, 3523 LP for Kazuya's Wind Quad Fist in Tekken. Yeah, but like in Tekken, even though it's 3D, you're still like on a 2D plane. Like there's still because like you're linked to each other, you still have like something that's behind the character down and whatever. Like you're kind of moving around in a 3D space, but you're still like your position is still like on. Yeah, like it's just like because most of like the like moves in Kirby, for example, you have to like you press back in relation to where you are and then do something else. Like I don't know. I'm not good at explaining this. Um, like I think that's what I was watching a video about. Uh, it's the same in Tekken since you always face your opponent. Yes, yes, yes. I was watching a video someone made about one of the PS2 Tekken games in which there's the like 3D story mode, which kind of functions like a beat 'em up, but with Tekken. And one problem this person was talking about was that like to block in Tekken you have to, you know, hold the analog stick back, like backwards. Um, but like in a 3D space, backwards changes all of the time, and so it didn't really work in 3D. Like when it's like true 3D. Um, and yeah, like even the Dragon Ball fighting games are all like they're 3D, but you're linked by like a tether to your opponent. So yeah, I wonder like how you could do it for like a 3D action adventure platformer. It'd be interesting. Also, do you know about numpad notation? Only to see. I don't understand it. I just see it around. But please explain it better, or explain it to me, so I can be a wiser individual. So, like, I see what you're doing here now with the outfit swap. Yes. Mhm. That'll do. It's a notation for motion inputs, where each direction is associated to a number, like a numpad on a computer. 2 is down because it's at the bottom. 6 is front because it's on the right. 4 is back because it's on the left. And 8 is up because it's above. Ah, okay, so it's smart. So is this so it's like there's a universal way of talking about fighting games regardless of if you're in an arcade or if you're playing it at home. So 236 in this notation would be that that that. Ah, okay. So I probably sounded really strange, like reading out the 6523 LP for Yakuza or Kazuya, sorry, um, without knowing what it was. Okay, that's cool. I don't need it. I don't need shade for those. I will change the line color for Susie though. Oh, that's a bit much. That's very much. That's difficult to look at. I'll instead go for a line that's a variant of, yeah. Or maybe I'll just do them both the same. That's how it started. Also, while it's considered recent by a lot of people, this notation is actually quite old, dating back from old Japanese game forms. Ah, it's interesting how it's considered new despite that. Huh, I think I'll redo her my the Western style back then was just a letter for each direction, or shorthands and the name of the text. Okay, so is this numbered notation, is this the most efficient way? Or is it just a standard that they took up, even though there's a better way of doing it? Not necessarily the most efficient, it's just the most universal and convenient in written form. Okay, I see. Okay. So that in a Western style would either be B, D, F, F, down, down, forward, forward, or quarter, circle, forward. I see. Cranky Susie, and it's still used today, especially in games where the attack buttons are named with numbers, like in Tekken or Mortal Kombat. Some Asian scenes of Tekken uses the numpad notation and gives a different name to each button. Okay, yeah, that works. I think this is dum dum. I think it'd be funny if Susie was saying something like, "Why? Who do you think you are wearing my clothes?" Despite also wearing consistent clothes. Um, it's getting late and I should probably go to bed, but hello, Magic Kirby. I might do some other fun doodles just because I can. Okay, so we're doing this guy with Kirby, because we were talking about it earlier. Pretty horrifying to imagine Kirby like this, but you know. And Scuffle needs to be huge, but what will Kirby want to pull out? Yes. What will? What kind of things can Faust pull out in Guilty Gear? Just to make me familiar. Because I just like really like watching Faust's move where he rams a wheelchair into the character's shin. And I really like it because of the unique face reaction for each character, and they're all so good. Depends on the game, but on average, health items like chocolate bars and bananas, mini Fausts, bombs, and meteors. I've seen the mini Fausts! Kirby could summon mini Kirbys. Okay, so that is my amazing drawing of Kirby Faust. I really like that Faust just has like these cool shoes. Um, Also, did you look at previous version of Faust? He used to be more jovial. I did look at the previous versions, and like it's like I was first familiar with him because of X Third, and I was like, oh, he's like so silly, and then got really twisted looking. And then there's um Bald Man, right? Bald Head. Before versus after the depression is yes. Yeah, Bald Man is the original version. Yeah, I'm just like looking up images in the background, sorry. That looks a bit cursed, but who cares? It's coming right off. It's coming right at Kirby. Fun fact, May does not like bald people and is why she fights Faust in Accent Core story mode. So that's why when I was trying to look up like um bald head the Frost's old design. Um, I saw Bald May mods in the game, which is really funny. She has become the thing that she doesn't want. She has lost her hair. Yeah, so this is Kirby Ryder doing one of the very attention poses. Um, in a perfect world. Everything in Kirby is canon. I really like how well, they can weave even the side games into the canon. Like how, again, the Super Kirby or the Kirby Clash games fit its way into the mainline story somehow. I love that. It's like this. We could take the easy way out, or we could weave it in. I think that's cool. But like, hey, there were loads of mecha references in Kirby in the last few years. We could have a Kamen Rider reference. Like one of the moves could be sorry, I need to get that back out of the way. That could be one of Kirby's moves. The very famous Rider kick. That would be awesome. Um, he does that a lot. I know he already does it, like in Fighter and Ninja, but you know, for this special new ability. One funny thing about Susie's outfit is that, like, even though like like it doesn't really come across as being a hoodie, it is kind of a hoodie slash lab coat. And of course, this is going to be Francisca wearing it, but she's going to look like a human. Mm, I don't like how this works. Uh, Sorry, I just thought it was looking like that. Um, I think the city and lab areas from Planet Robot should have stayed as future locations on Popstar. I do like the idea that some of the things are left over. Like even if like some labs are left and no one's using them anymore, and things could like grow over them. Like nature could reclaim it. But then like for new players, they'd be like asking, "Oh, I wonder what was there." But then of course, everyone who's familiar would be like, "Oh yeah, this was Robobot. It's actually not that long ago." Yes, like the dream flower, the dream stalk from Triple Deluxe. Like when I just finished it today, and it said like the line that it's the dream stalk is now a landmark of Dreamland. I'm like, wait, it is? How come I can't see it anymore? I know like the reason might be, oh, this puts the Triple Deluxe as being later in the Kirby's, um, makes it take place after lots of other Kirby games. And if we get to go into space again in another Kirby game, I just want to go to a planet, a beach planet, and find the three mage sisters taking a well-deserved vacation. I just want to see them again. I just want to make sure they're okay. That is all I want. They don't have to be main characters. I just want to see them. That is all. I know that they didn't do many tie-ins that tie things together, so that newer players don't need to have context beforehand. Yeah, that's like very true, and I understand that. But I like some things which aren't like super critical to the story, but are there to notice if you want. Like, and for those who might not know, it's just like a complete mystery, like the hidden Easter eggs in Star Allies, like when you're in space and you can see the lore star cutter in the distance sometimes, or you can see Shadow Kirby on a warp star when you're on the map in Jump Bastion. And like for those who would know of those, it would be like, oh, that's really mysterious, but I can't get there. And then to returning players, it's like, oh my gosh, Shadow Kirby's still alive and he's okay. That's like how I'd like to do things. Like have Rick, Kine, and Ku in the background somewhere. I need to go and rate. I got work tomorrow morning. You have a good stream. Thank you, Quill. And your work is very cute as always. Ah, thank you. Goodbye, and thanks for coming coming in and saying hi. And damn it, you have work. I am going to be like that very soon, except it's going to be school. So yeah, on that note, because the mask and Mago, how do you two think that they should do like cameos or just like continuity in Kirby games? My idea is that like I think we should see like more things being interwoven, but not like super direct. So like for new players, things are just in the background, but for old players, that's not a random character in the background. That's a character you already know about, or something like that. Or like have the dream stock in the background in some levels, but just you don't really go there. You don't go to the land of the sky or Floralia. It's just in the distance. Yeah, background references are the best. Because it doesn't it doesn't exclude anyone. Like I know as as a child, most of the things that I most of the games that I played were somehow like third numbered sequels, like Sly 3. I didn't play Sly 1 or Sly 2, only Sly 3. Um, my brothers played like Jack 3 without playing Jack and Daxter 1 or 2. Um, Same with Ratchet and Clank. I didn't play Jack or Ratchet and Clank, by the way. Um, and like my first Pokemon game that I owned was White 2, which takes place 2 years after Pokemon Black and White 1. And I really, really loved it because whenever they're alluding to something that happened in the past, and I didn't really know what they were talking about, it felt like I was actually in the world. It was like, oh, this place has history. It's not all about me. And I loved it so much. Um, so yeah, that also informs my opinion. The background alone can tell a lot about the universe it's in. Just look at the Japan stage in Guilty Gear Xrd. I'm gonna do that right now. Oh, I love that stage. I have seen it before. Is that the one with the big waterfall? That's that's all that's left of Japan. Okay, so Mago, you have to see this too. Oh my gosh, that's the wrong image. That's not the one I saved. Sorry. Um, okay, lost in the background. I didn't know that this is all that was left of Japan. Because I've seen this before, and I wouldn't have thought it was Japan. That's so cool. Like, I don't know what has happened, but I don't need to know. Like, you don't need to tell me anymore. That's awesome. So yeah, I'm glad we all like background references. Oh, but also like with the dimension mirror in Triple Deluxe. Sorry. It was completely blown up to avoid one of just as many resurrections. The fact that this was what they had to do to prevent something from happening means that other something must have been really bad. Another dimension is one of my favorite locations. Yes, I, it, it's really good that like you don't have to play Return to Dreamland to like experience it, and like the fact that it ties into the Clash games is also something I really love, and also like ties into Planet Robobot. Um, Even though that's my issue with that is that we only got that through Shinya Kumasaki's Miiverse posts. But cool. But I think that the Dimension Mirror in Triple Deluxe is also a cool way of doing things, where it's like it recontextualized something that was in an older game, but you don't have to play that older game to understand it. Also, it only gets covered in the post game, so it's not like it's part of the main story. Even if it's important for the events of the main story, it like happens unbeknownst to you. It's like some added context, and I think that's a really good way of doing things as well. Um, How I do. Okay, so I think I might leave this Francisca in Susie's clothing for now and maybe finish it off tomorrow. Who knows? Um, and now I need to draw the other one. And then I'll go to bed, I think. Because right now it is 1:05 in the morning. How late draw this? No, I kind of like this idea that Susie's like really jealous. Damn, she's working my outfit. How come I can't do that with hers? Now Susie, everything's fine. She does not feel fine. This is also her with office posture. Um, her posture is really bad because she's sitting at an office for too long. Um, Very unlike how she actually looks in game, where she's upright and chipper. But I like to think that when she's trying to create her own company from the ground up, um, she has to spend a lot more time behind a computer. Man, she looks like such a teenager here. That's not a bad thing. The last time I drew her, she looked a bit older. I am 16 years old, and I am now running my father's company. He doesn't remember me though, because his mind's memory of me was absorbed by that sentient computer Star Dream. But this was covered in Shinya Kumasaki's Miiverse post, and not actually specified in game. Um, yeah, that's my very bad Fuzi impression. I like Stardew. Big, big evil, twisted, ancient thing. God bless you, Weaver. Again, this shows like I think I blame it on like the people I was raised around and lived around and people in my school growing up. Like I missed Miiverse. When I got a eventually got a 3DS, Miiverse was done. It was it was no more. But you know, that's what happens when you want to like Sonic the Hedgehog and Pokemon, but you're afraid to because you have older brothers who call all of that stuff gay. Um, you know what? Maybe they're right. And that's why I like this stuff. Um, yeah, I wish I like let myself be interested in the things I want to be interested in instead of shoveling it all away because of lame people in my life. Oh my gosh, I just realized. that has Susie and Sebastian clothing posture. Yes. This is exactly what it is. I think I like this, so I think I'll finish it tomorrow. Even though I kind of said to myself that I was gonna leave the leave the Kirby fan art behind and start working on my pitch for college, but I already have, so I could just do this in the morning. I think it's fun that like I actually have a design for the Jan Bastian mages for the shooting forms for like their legs and stuff. I was like I have a scheme for how they work, even though they don't usually have them. Like I was thinking of giving them heals, but I thought it would be difficult to run and walk in, so I didn't bother. I haven't drawn Highness as a good Vinca though. That'd be funny because, well, it's Highness. I think her head is too big. Yeah, I like that more. He looks more like an adult. And then there's, I think I'll do the same to you. Your head is also a bit too big. I'm so stupid. Mm, yeah, it's fine. Yeah. never mind. Okay, this is me done, I think. It's 1:24, so I should probably go to bed. But I do like these. Um, Faust, what are you doing? You are getting in the way. Yeah. Faust, Faust will be part of the group photo. You know what? You can be. You are very important. Uh, but you're also so big and long. There we go. Perfect. Fitting in nicely. Definitely not squishing him on purpose. No, I don't want to do that. That's mean. I know. He looms. It's a phantasm in the background, always there. Watermark Faust. Okay, so I think I might finish these tomorrow, get them the color treatment. But for now, I think I'm gonna say good night. But first, I need to recap. Um, Thursday was just Testament looking for stuff for their new hobbies. I could also do that tomorrow. I think it'd be cute to have a little background. Um, Very small. That will be tomorrow morning for me. Um, and then it was uh, Susie and Francisca exchanging clothes. And oh my gosh, Francisca has a mouth. Sorry. Um, and then a very, very epic Kirby Faust and Kirby Rider. And then we have human-sized Francisca and Susie wearing each other's outfits. So yeah. Um, this is it. I'm very happy that y'all came. It was very nice to talk about Guilty Gear and learn things about fighting games. It was also nice to discuss other more Kirby things, such as how to include references in the background and lots of stuff. Today was good. I'm glad you thought so. I hope you had a nice time. I don't know how. I don't know if I'm going to be doing these frequently from here on out. Um, my final year in animation college is making a short film, which it's going to kill me, or very close to, because there's so much work involved that I probably won't be able to do this very often. But I might do it just to make myself feel better, because that's why I started doing these, and I do feel better when I do them. So yeah, unfortunately, I won't be doing much more self-indulgent for the art or Guilty Gear stuff, except for Doodles, perhaps. Um, but yeah, that's kind of why I wanted to do that today. So yeah, thanks all, Damask and Mago, and everyone else who was here. I think people left. Take care of yourselves. Love y'all. Bye bye.